The Bulls and the Reds last night. I did.
I still have to the fighting on this one, man.
You want yellow stripper? Purple light?
Yeah. Oh, Viking wins.
It's your hope Viking win.
I think they will.
They'll come back and play it.
Yeah.
Well, yeah,
and half left. I think the Vikings got it.
I keep going, bro. The Vikings got this. How many crazy does it? When they first win.
Yes, they got this hands down. That's dangerous.
I got the. There's a timeout. There's a timeout.
One minute left. There's no way that they're going to get a touchdown or anything. They won't. It's done. Yeah, it's got it. Robert? Yeah. Like, 1 minute. Rabbi, what's going to happen?
The Vikings are going to run the ball on this next play. They're going to run off about 35 seconds or so, and then they're going to punt it. And the Bears will have like 25 seconds. The Bears will return it, which will burn another 10 seconds, so there'll be like 15 seconds left. The Bears are going to do their best at throw it downfield, probably be in completion. But if not, they'll catch it, maybe, and get out of bounds, and then kick a field goal tie, and it goes to overtime.
Does it always go to overtime or will it? It won't always.
Well, if the Bears score a touchdown, they will. What up, Chiro? How you living? Chiro, man, can you hear me? Yo, Chiro, man, how you living, dog? Chai Hero, how you living, dog? Did you hear me? Oh, they're only 16 seconds left. This game's over. 9 seconds.
Five seconds. Five seconds. 5 seconds. You're not going to get that big off.
It's not impossible, but it's not impossible.
This game.
That's it.
Let's go.
You won. Congratulations on your $37. He's done. Congratulations. 8:30. Take care, big dog. Thank you.
You later, friend.
doing, Clarice? Good night. Sweet dreams. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
You're welcome. What up, Pam?
What did you think about the Minnesota Vikings in the 68 Chicago Bears?
It was a good game, and I think it lived up to expectations. It was exciting to the end, which is what I like. So that's good. It was a good game. What did you think of it? Six, 1, 6, 4, 7, 7, 8, 6, 7, 9, 7, 10, 7, 11, 9, 10, 12, 11, 12, 12, 12, 12, 13, 14. Empty slide. Wonderful. What? So, how do you have that? Why? You have that except love. No.
It's Rabbi coming live from a car mothership. Austin, Texas. And I'm going to kill Tony. Give it for 20. That's fucking night. You only gonna get like guitar Chinese on the keys. That's deep madness on the bass guitar. What an exciting night ahead of us. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm so excited about this one. Before we get started, here's a little bit more of the amazing sponsors that made it all possible. Hi everybody, this podcast is sponsored by Blue Chew. Guys, enter the room Dick first. Blue Chew isn't just a tablet. It's a cheat code for your crop. Stronger, harder, longer lasting, like someone gave your downstairs a gym membership. Blue Chew is the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. Nothing does it better than Blue Chew. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. We've got a special deal for our listeners. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Tony and check out. Pay $5 for shipping. That's it. Join Blue Shoe's mission to upgrade humanity one thrust at a time. Head to Blue Chew to look for details and safety info. Big thanks to Blue Chew for sponsoring the podcast. You guys are going to start tonight's fucking show or what? I bring up two of the funniest human beings on planet Earth to join us. We are coming off hot. I truly believe is our greatest episode ever with Rob Schneider and Don Elkins. Tonight, I present to you another first time duo on panel. And one of them has one of the special on Netflix with heat. The other is guilty loyalty, being one of the most used and golden ticket winners ever. He's never been on panel before. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Dusty Slade. Welcome. This is your first time working together, Dusty, isn't it? So then we're eating lobster rolls upstairs at the good old time. I'm excited for you to be here. Dusty has Wet Heat on Netflix, the podcast. We're having a good time, and he's on to DustySlay.com, one of the best comedians working today. Welcome. Like this panel we have here, you got something before and after for hair. Fellas, how you doing down there? And I started just doing Captain Phillips. So he's got a beard. To make sure his head is straight, you also have a the coat, fill it off. Martin Phillips does his first time on the show. We'll see you on over 300 human beings signed up for the opportunity to be on tonight's show. They're all slammed together in a bar next door. If I pull one of their names out like I'm doing right now, they get 60 seconds uninterrupted. You know their time is up when they hear the sound of a kitten. That means they have to wrap it up then, or else they bring out the angry West Hollywood bear. Just a little noise that interrupts them. I conduct an interview. We sit back, we learn more about the people, and we talk to them all together. The whole thing's improvised. Anything can happen. You guys are going to start tonight's fucking show. Oh, you know, we're going to go that first fucking goal. We have a golden ticket winner to start us off with a brand new minute. This is his first time cashing in on his golden ticket. He won it just a few weeks ago when he came out blind as a bat and impressed us all. The first golden ticket appearance by Chris Celio, everybody. Here he goes.
How's the morning, guys? Alright, be funny.
Yo. Sure. I fucking just moved here. I moved from Miami. I moved 1,000 miles away from where I grew up my entire life. So I really don't know who the fuck I am. It's like I've been a part of a video game that hasn't loaded in. It sucks that like I'm the only guy in here that just gets stuck like a Roomba.
Nice.
No fucking way. Well, look who it is. The world's second biggest William Montgomery fan. Coming in like the bitch that he is. How you living, big dog? I've missed you. Dude, I'm starting to think like it's going out of style, son.
Every day's a holiday, every meal's a
I have a
feast.
question for you.
Well, hold on. Keep cool, my babies.
I have a question for you right now.
What is it, big dog?
Say, I was talking about Twitter. How much the law,
You mean Travelocity? Absolutely. It turns out 69 cents every 69 days. Yeah. For every lawn, that is sold in the world. There's just voluntary, but everybody accepts it. Subscription that goes along with it, and it's 69 cents to me to do 69 days. So I should be buying a yacht soon. How have you been? Why were you in the hospital? Oh no, you okay?
We're good.
Did you hit your head or anything?
Yeah, from my I like fell into a dish and I'm falling to my middle.
No. I was worried about it. I've been thinking about it, and um, but you told me that sometimes you just go on and do your own thing, so I was going to pressure you. But I think about it a lot, and that heard that you were in the hospital, but I'm happy to hear that you're doing better, correct?
Given much with like in the hospital and it all.
Absolutely. Could have been worse. Did you skin any part of your body?
Not really. Like a lot of it.
You couldn't easily been paralyzed.
It could have been a lot now for the rest of my life.
So we can throw jokes in. We can throw jokes in now. Is it time? Is it okay for me to joke now?
That wasn't a joke. The now stationary and I would hope that happened.
That's true. Were you able to
I don't joke about one.
I wouldn't either. They're very serious subject. Would you consider yourself still the second biggest William Montgomery fan? And this book, Carl, did you drop?
I think I'm back in first place. I think honestly, I have this like superpower almost. Not to make a point, but like a superpower I can literally teleport like anyone and like live exactly like experience their thoughts. Like if I wanted to canon voice radio, I would imagine I like really like doing shit for and like fucking and just for like like 2 miles around like Antarctic. Like, like, I feel like I can use that very well for program and do it for like I talk to people on the phone. I talk to you
how has given you the absolute praise
It does.
of thinking that you're the second best
Really
Montgomery.
annihilate.
Doug, I'm watching William Montgomery as we speak.
Yeah, but you think that that's what but William Montgomery did, which you never know in a million ways. But actually, recreate the thoughts of Montgomery in their everyday life and live their entire life as William Montgomery. So,
That's incorrect. You know,
I have not seen or heard the long section of the originality. They think they correct in the English language. So I know that I'm the first and greatest William Montgomery. Not even saying, but Hitler, no, or just fuck man. Big red.
oh, that's exactly. Doug, have you ever sent a manifesto to William Montgomery as a request? The answer is no.
What did I send a manifesto to myself?
Okay, so
I am
you
William Montgomery. That's how deep I am for William Montgomery. I literally become him. So
okay?
I don't need to do it because I am him.
That's some kind of disorder. That's different than just being the number one William Montgomery fan.
Power.
Incorrect of the superpower. William Montgomery in every episode does not have Casey Rocket say, "Please unify your consciousness into William Montgomery." He says, "Send your manifestos to the William Montgomery Show at gmail.com." He makes it very clear. And any fan,
For like fucking like Unabomber.
yeah, and the communists,
He's an FBI agent.
the Unabomber was on to a lot of stuff. Have you ever read the Unabomber manifesto?
What?
No, dog, it's Ted Kaczynski. Get it right, dog. Yeah, Ted Bundy was a serial killer. Ted Kaczynski was the Unabomber. And if you ever read Ted Kaczynski's manifesto, he talks about, this was way back in the 90s, how we're becoming too reliant on technology and eventually it will be our downfall, which a lot of people say is true today. Yes, it's known as MK Ultra when he was at Harvard. And it also took place at McGill. Word. Yeah, let me get you the information. Yeah, I don't know. In Montana. Yeah, so Project MK Ultra, a covert CIA program aimed at developing mind control and interrogation techniques, involved unethical human experiments conducted at McGill University's Allen Memorial Institute in Montreal between 1957 and 1964. The specific effort, known as MK Ultra Subproject 68, was led by Dr. Donald Ewan Kim, a prominent psychiatrist and the first director of the Allen Memorial. Cameron's research focused on a method called deep patterning, which involved inducing prolonged comas using barbiturates and LSD, followed by intensive electroconvulsive therapy administered multiple times a day over weeks, reducing patients to a childlike state. This was followed by psychic driving, where patients were subjected to repeated audio messages while sedated in attempt to reprogram their mind. experiments were funded by the CEA and Rothschild through a front organization for the Society for the Investigation of Human Ecology, and were conducted without the informed consent of the patients, many of whom were suffering from multiple mental conditions. The treatments caused severe and lasting harm, including permanent memory loss, confusion, loss of personal identity, and the inability to perform basic tasks. The Canadian government also alleged to have provided funding for these experiments. The existence of these experiments was largely concealed, with most records destroyed in 1973 by CIA Director Richard Helm. The truth emerged in the 1970s following Senate hearings and media coverage, which revealed the program's scope and involvement of institutions like McGill. Despite this, McGill University and official archives have not prominently acknowledged Kramer's role in engagement, focusing instead on his professional reputation. In recent years, survivors and their families have pursued legal action. In July 2025, Quebec Superior Court Justice Dominic Poulin authorized a class action lawsuit against the Royal Victoria Hospital, McGill University, and the Canadian government, alleging that these institutions may have funded the experiments, causing severe and lasting harm. The lawsuit, which includes the immediate family successors and descendants of the victims, seeks damages for the violation of human rights and bodily integrity. The federal government and McGill University have since filed motions to dismiss the case, arguing the claims are time-barred, but the legal battle continues. Indigenous activists have also been advocating for the right to search the site, citing the possibility of unmarked rape of children who are among the subjects. Did you not know that about your government and about McGill University, the preeminent institution of your place? Yeah, well, that's why you come here, to learn as much as you want about Canada. All right, there's another Canadian fact. You ready for this? Big time, big time. My friend, I have a question for you. Doug, I defined Newfie. I defined Newfie. All right, you ready?
I forgot that we were all together, but we still are fine as declaration.
I'll give you this. I'll give you, even though this is incorrect, because you didn't even know about it. What- Truthfully, I remember saying to you, "Oh wow, that was like very newfie of you," and you're like, "What does that mean?" And I'm like, "Newfie, it's like a derogatory statement towards people from Newfoundland." You're like, "I've never heard of that." And I'm like, "Yeah, I think so. Let me go to Urban Dictionary and see, and it's true." And then the one you said, how cool would it be in the future if people watch my stream and instead of newbie being derogatory, it was actually a very positive thing for someone and something. So I'll tell you what, even though you didn't even know what it was. I do remember.
I agree 100,000% with everything you just said. The only reason why I didn't want to myself and put this credit is if you weren't auditing at that time, then there's a good probability that conversation wasn't come up.
100%.
Declaration would not have occurred.
100%.
That's
So
where I said,
I'm giving you just listen to this. So I'm going to give you 49%, which is far more credit than you deserve in this conversation, and I'll take 51% of the credit.
that I think we should literally like a official declaration. I think human history will not saying that to the world. Once Reddit actually kind of much of this, it's gonna be like him dry amber lips lighting up.
I agree. I also submitted the term J-O-R, J-Y-O-R, to Urban Dictionary, or jerking yourself off raw. Oh, it worked. It worked. And here it is, J-O-R, jerking yourself off raw. Dog, you are going to go to, it says, Dog, are you going to go, or are you going to J-O-R? Question mark by best rabbi ever. August 6, 2025. How do you like that?
The council of dictionary society people, the concept of urban potential
It's a phrase. And I actually didn't know until this very moment that that actually went through. When I originally submitted it, August 6th or whatever, I did not think it was going to be accepted. That's the second term that I have to my credit on Urban Dictionary. I'm very proud of this. Oh, wait. Do I have that on there? You know what? Um, let's see. No, I don't think I put that one. I should. That's an excellent point. That's an excellent point. SOP, SOP, it's female adjective. Um, the other one is Rebecca. You're like, what the fuck is that? It is a anglicized Hebrew term. Instead of saying Rebbinsons, which is like multiple wives of rabbis in Hebrew, in Sephardic, it would be Rebetzinot, and in Ashkenazi, it would be Rebetzinos. But since Rebetzinos sounds so much like Rebetzinos, Rebbetzins, um, I call it Rebetzinot, which is just like a collective group of female wives of rabbis. Like, there's a collective group of rabbis, it's called the rabbin. And that's used all the time. But the Rebbetzin equivalent of that is not me. But I will have to put on their sock. Um, you know, let me see if I did put it on. Um, yeah, no, it totally is. But it got, it got added. So hold on a second. I'm going to add sock right now. Sock, female ejaculate. Yeah. So how is it used in a sentence? That woman is, I guess it's top and topic, but that woman, um, okay, but there is so much slop in it. Um, there's so much, oh, that stop, that, I'm going to use the term, interesting woman. That woman, that woman, so sopping is a really big one, but, well, no, sopping, so, uh, sop is female, wait, hold on, female ejaculate, okay, sop is that man It should be female ejaculate. Used, commonly used as a female, female used in place of the word come, which is okay. That's fine. Commonly used in place of the word come. That man made me stop so hard that my hands are sopping wet. As in fact, stop, sopping, sopping, um, female ejaculate. Oh, fuck. Oh, it's submitted. Okay, the definition will be reviewed soon. All right, great job. Okay, but that one I get 100% on. Okay, because I talk about it all. All right, so before we play, I have some questions for you. Are you ready for my questions? Not if, but how funny were the memes that I said? Go fuck yourself with that Instagram bullshit. I knew you were gonna be too fucking good for me thinking that. I created by hand a William Montgomery meme and a Nathan Fielder. Yo, was friend. So go to the William Montgomery meme. It has him with hair.
I saw that and I
Absolutely, I recognize that. There you go. Um, I, you know, I figured something was going on because normally you would have, yeah, that that was really creative, I thought. And um, okay, so that was really creative. I'm going to read it to you. Rise. Thank you for being my number two biggest fan. Love William, the Vanilla Gorilla Montgomery. P.S. You're a little bitch who constantly J yours and sucks at minigun. P.S. You're not. And I thought that was really good. And then it's like post. It's like a French term. Uh, just a moment. It's like not post salutation, but um, it's postscript.
I thought I was usually the
But I already did P.S. P.S. was you're a little bitch who constantly J yours and sucks dick in minigun. P.P.S. is postscript, and it means you're done, or it states you're done.
But like sweater that he was wearing is wild.
We're done. Now,
So like spot
the next one is this. My name is Nathan Fielder. Nathan got the picture of him in his graduation shoot. My name is Nathan Fielder, and I graduated one of Canada's best business schools with really good grades. Although I repeated this fact each and every episode for multiple years, risers still did not know I graduated from the University of Victoria. The plan convinced a delusional riser that they are good at terror, even though they suck at all Play-Doh games, especially mini. Then I sent
I
you
like how you're on a question
because they took time. You have no idea how long it took me to type all that little type in there and make it look centered so you can still see his face.
mobile because I can make a name on one of those generators on mobile like not memory.
Well, consider me Sir Edmund Hillary and Tenzing Norgay, the first documented people to ever climb Mount Everest, because yes, I did it on my phone. Okay, and then the next thing I sent you, which was really interesting, which you were kind of a dick about, I said, do you remember how I always talk about my stream and its importance, especially when combined with AI? Please check out this random video of mine from last year. This website perfectly summarizes the timestamps nearly instantaneously. This is just the beginning. And it was amazing. It goes through every song that I sang. It goes through everything that I talked about in a lot of depth. And this is just its infancy. And then you wrote, or you could not be lazy, a lazy fuck. Like, who the fuck are you? I'm only going to let that slide because you're in the hospital. But when I read that, I was like, or you could not be a lazy fuck and upload a proper lecture. Dog, I was just showing you the technology. I was not saying that this is the epitome of anything that I do. And you come through like a huge dick and say AI might not select the talking points that you or I would select personally, which I understand, but it's very specific. It was very good. So with those things being said, and that information being reviewed, you should know that you were missed, especially as the #2 William Montgomery fan. And did you watch William Montgomery's most
I need to add what I said. I'm gonna call it pretty well. They're not going to let
consider yourself?
what I meant. To clarify what saying is that I think that we're a treasure trove of knowledge and ideas. I think that yes, where the technology stands currently is a for summarizing things, but I was concerned of the potential for sort of like critical discussion and they were scared and
I completely understand that. And you do include in your statement that you have the brain for it. You could do it. I was just, I think we were on two wavelengths where I was saying, like, hey, look, if you just take one of my random streams and put it in here, look at all of the data that it gathers from this. And you were saying, like, well, yeah, or you could just not. What'd you say?
shot it down.
Yeah.
They're not fucking jargon.
Well, so here's the cool thing about it. I think it enhances it. And it's really funny because Because if you take one of these streams and then like when I play Zoot, let's just say, it does like a play by play of like Rabbi is beating the garbage out of Zoot, and Zoot is getting frustrated. Rabbi has said that they have won 14 games in a row. Zoot has not won a mini golf game in 14 games. Zoot is attempting to come back. I mean, it's like it gives like a play by play of everything that happens. Now, what I did notice is it does not do the video per se. It's not like watching the video and saying what it's doing. But that will come. I think everybody knows that. What it is doing is it
unfortunate that when you're in the screen, you're not like maybe from now on or something somehow get the screen and just want to get it recorded. I mean, it probably requires Zoom screen, like, so just to be able to see like first page of the screen on how multiple like 20 seconds of the fire inches down and like the screen kind of like not hit it.
Yeah.
Like 2 seconds left.
well, if anything, my ceiling camera
I do think
gets a lot of it, and then
Oh,
also the reflection off my glasses.
right, AI and future capability.
For sure. No doubt.
Yeah, I think that the power, like, it's a very powerful thing that kind of make AI go after and like them together and work with that. But I can't see that like it's like a compilation of like students like getting stuff that like and I'm like some sort of format probably go viral.
He did. Did I tell you, or did he tell you? He did stand up comedy.
The last I heard about that is like it's about to do it for like a month until the time and haven't been here.
Yeah, he did it. He's done it twice now. This will be the third time tonight. He hasn't updated me, but
No way.
yeah, I haven't heard him do it. The first time he did it,
You record it? Didn't record it?
of course not. You know how I was like, dude, I guarantee you're not going to record it. He's like, I'll record it. You heard me say this to him multiple times. Like, all you have to do is put the recording on your phone and put your phone in your pocket. That's all you have to do. You know that, right? He's like, I won't forget. And like every time, I'm like, did you record it? And he's like, no. And I'm like, why? And he's like, either I forgot or it's not because of that. He's self-conscious about it. He's just self-conscious about it. I understand. The first time he did it, I mean, of course, he always thinks he did a good job, which I'm not going to say he didn't. He has really controversial material, though, and he said somebody came up to him afterward and said he did a really good job. His topics, I think he in like 1 or 2 minutes, his topics were Kanye West and mental health. The second time he did it, his topics were his topic was
What was the first topic?
Kanye West,
Oh, Kanye West.
correct, and his second topic was mental health. He has been obsessed with mental health to the point where I have to tell him in his conversations, we're not going to talk about it. Because if not, he'll talk to me for 3 or 4 or 5 hours straight just on mental health. And it would be like, I mean, I'm telling you, this is what it's like. If I told him this, I said, dude, if somebody told you that super autism was a thing, you would think you have it. Like, he has this issue that anybody who tells him that he may have something, he thinks he has it. The only thing that I think that he really has is perhaps he has Tourette's. That's definitely true. The other things that these doctors have said that he has, they're just in his mind. Like, literally, they said he has everything that you can have. And I just don't agree with that. I spend more time with him than anyone anyone outside his family, at least virtually or whatever you would consider this. So I've gotten to know him very well, and it would be as if I said to him, um, "Did you know that 60% of people's arms itch during the day and sometimes at night?" And he would start talking about how much his arm itches. It's like the fact that somebody said something gets into his mindset that he has, and
I think what happening, that he feels in his own mind that there is something off, not right, and he thinks that it's all or probably,
absolutely.
and maybe it's not intentionally scientifically there's that autism that's where his periscope like eating him feel like that. But
I'm in agreement with you, and
I think when you listen to him talk, oh, it's just so normal, like nothing wrong with it. But it is normal. Because, to me, sounds like,
it doesn't sound totally normal, but I know what you're saying. He does have Tourette syndrome. There's no doubt in my mind that that is true. And that's fine. Although I feel very badly for him because he said it to us one time, and I don't know if you remember when he said it, but he said that he had a girlfriend that, like, you had a million guys lined up, all million what it looked like you, but not a single one of them would want to have what's going on in your mind, which was like super. And um,
yeah,
I just thought that that was probably,
cool.
well, it was accurate though. And
A lot of positive say about dude.
oh, definitely,
Positive.
definitely.
Repost, but live.
No, when he comes in here, I love it. I really do. He joy and fun, and he can be funny. But again, he's got this issue where if at any point he at all thinks that something's wrong with him, he becomes obsessive. And
Jane obsessive compulsive disorder, but maybe it's not even that, but being like controllably obsessed about things in their mind, like not being able to shake those on it, like very powerful, like being that brain.
that, that's true. I mean, it's kind of a form of hypochondria where you just think that you have everything. And I understand he goes to these doctors who are literally paid to diagnose people with things. Anyway, so I used to tell him, I don't want to talk about mental health with you. I don't think it's healthy for you. And then I gave him about a month or a month and a half where I would let him talk about it. And now I've had to go back to no more. Zoo, let's talk about cryptocurrency, let's talk about Iran, let's talk about the stream, let's talk about sunshine, let's talk about catching grass, let's talk about all the good things that there are in the world, but I don't want to talk about mental health with you because I don't think it's healthy for you. It's fine if somebody wants to come in and discuss it once, twice, but not every time. Then it doesn't get healthy. Um, there's that. Okay, so then I said to him, too, because he really wants to be on this television show. It's not Australia's Got Talent, but it's similar, and it's like a really big show in Australia. And he's already tried to be on twice, and they wouldn't let him do it. And then they said, if you fail at doing it again, you can't try out anymore. Basically, this is his last opportunity. And go back first. Oh yeah, okay. So he has plenty of us fit. I got to steal his material. This is just going to tell you if you recall any of like the specific that you did that you call yourself. Yeah. So he says something like, if you want his Kanye West joke, but his big joke recently, and again, this is rich material. Don't agree with it to anybody watching this now or in the future. But he there's this joke that he did the second time that he was up. He said people laughed, but I maybe it's just not making or I'm not delivering it correctly or whatever. But he says, wouldn't it be interesting if you die and you basically get to find out all the secrets of the world and you find out that God was really autistic? Wouldn't that be a surprise to you? And then, so I think that was the joke from the first time he did stand up. The joke from the second time he did stand up was, wouldn't it be interesting if you were to see everything that's going on in the world and you would find out that either God is most likely autistic, but could also have Down syndrome? If I had to choose between the two, I think that God is autistic because he doesn't give out enough hugs to have Down syndrome. It's something like that, and I'm not doing it full justice, so I don't think it's a very full job. Are you serious? Okay, hey, and again, maybe he does have an audience. He said people laughed at it. I find it offensive. Now, I'm not saying that I have thin skin or anything like that. I think it's a low blow. I don't think it's cool. That's like a lot of stand-up comedy. 100%. Well, so he told those jokes. What was his Kanye West joke? It was, I forget, but like when he said the joke, I immediately did not say that's the worst joke I've ever heard. I just said, so when you're giving material, imagine you have a room of 100 people. You want to make them laugh, right? He's like, yeah. Okay, so it's best to make them laugh with humor that is effective on 50%, 60%, 70%, 80%, or 90%, or even 100%. You'd rather get more laughs out of a larger group of people than harder laughs out of a small group of people. Well, I've heard say the opposite. Not that you want to like offend 90% of the crowd, but I mean like it's a double. It is. Well, like and like a few people laugh things that you're going there, then I'm going to cut it as I want. And if you're with me, you're with me. If you're not with me, you get offended. You're all going to be like upset at the words that I say, but I get that. I get that. What I'm saying though is he wants to do it on television. And so for television, cutting deeply is not a good idea if it offends 90% of the audience. It's much better for television. I thought we were talking about it, though. Well, we were. The reason why he wants to. And so I at least was, and the audition is in January. And so he's doing these stand-up routines every 2 weeks. So he did them like 4 weeks ago, 2 weeks ago, and then this week. And I just tried to tell him that, look, you only have one last chance at this. You failed the previous two, because I didn't think the humor was right or whatever. If you're going to do it again, why don't you just try to use some jokes that don't offend people and make a large group of people laugh? There's a better chance that they'll put you on television for that. Because I don't care what country you're in, they're not going to put you on television if you're making jokes. That's very pragmatic advice. So that's what I told him. Now, he had this interesting, and I wish he was here to be able to tell you these things. So, dude, if you ever watch this in the future, I wish you were here to be able to tell these things. I'm very happy that Reddit's are not your jokes. Funny, that's great. Or your other, and I'm really trying to think of the Kanye West joke. It wasn't that. I could see how it maybe would have made like 50% of the audience laugh, but another 50% would have thought it was cringe. And maybe I'm wrong. I am watching Tony as you came in, and a lot of that humor is very Zoot-esque. Okay, so what was the Kanye West joke? Australian shows that you like particularly. Yeah, I would agree. Just from what I know. Okay, so his Kanye West joke was something like, maybe I'll remember anything else. Okay. So then he had something that happened to him this past weekend, which I told him is a really interesting anecdote, and he could turn it into a bit. Because I explained to him, look, so that's cool that you have these jokes, but that's not what a television producer is going to want to hear. And I asked him, aside from racism and mental health, what other kinds of jokes do you have? And he didn't have it. So I'm like, you got to have more than that. And so I tried to talk him into like, so just get some street jokes, meaning jokes that aren't attributed to any individual, but they are just jokes that people think are funny. Like, I used to do drugs. I still do, but I used to too. Now that is not necessarily a street joke. That's a joke of it's escaping me right now. But it's just like a short joke that's fun. And he's like, no, I'm not. I don't want to. What is this person's name? Okay. Okay. So, he had this. Do you remember he was selling solar? So he had. I mean, it wasn't funny. No, it wasn't funny because it was right. Okay. Oh, idea of coming to your house. Get solar. I don't know. Agree. The and Mitch Hedman. Okay. So he had an incident that happened over this weekend. So he was at he was at the mall. He said he was in the city. He was he was going to see a friend at a casino. And guess who he sees? The guy who he solar company with his girlfriend. Just like total coincidence. And he went up to the guy. He started observing them. And the girl went into some store, and Zoot goes into the store and says to the girlfriend, "Hey, I hope you know that your boyfriend's a big liar. He's broke, and your relationship isn't going to work with him. He owes me $1,000. He's been dodging me ever since he he returned my calls. I just wanted you to know that." And she didn't really have anything to say. She just was kind of in shock. And then Zoot went up to the guy and said, "Hey, I hope you know that I just told your girlfriend that you don't pay your employee, and that I don't think that you're a good boyfriend, and that your relationship is a little off." And this guy just fucked you, and they walked. It sounds like completely. I will say that Zoot sometimes makes stories up. Like he told me that with his stand-up comedy, he won an award for it, and I was like, "No, you didn't. They don't give awards for open mic nights." He's like, "I know, but if they did, I would have won it." I had to like kind of press him on it. Look, I'm not saying that he.
I believe that he would definitely be enough pent up to do it.
Oh, I agree. I think that he did it. What I'm trying to say is, do I maybe embellish some aspects of it? Very well. We all embellish things, and I believe in saying, I don't. You know,
So
my,
what part of it do you think he does? Like bars,
yeah. I mean, I don't know. Maybe if he told her that she was in a relationship in the last, I don't know if he said that. He said he did, so I believe that he said he. But it was just kind of like this very coincidental thing that happened while he was at a casino. It's, I don't know.
different context. You would have like kind of and trash talking.
Well, yeah, but that guy who owns the company doesn't even live in the same state. So it's just very coincidental that this guy just so happened to be at a place where Zoot was with his girlfriend. I'm not saying it didn't happen. If you watch it, I think it did happen. That's why I'm saying it. That's why I didn't come in here like, do you think this live that he told him? No, 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 no. I think it happened. I'm just saying the way that he said it was just like exactly what I would have wanted him to say. I was just shocked that he said that in such a way. And um, and so he told his friend who was working security at the casino there to just keep an eye on this guy. And I said, "Dude, that is an amazing story. If I were you, I would make that into a hit. It's a good 1 minute story or whatever. Basically, you could say, has anybody here ever heard of selling solar? Yeah, it's very fun. Okay, well, I got a job doing that. And it turned out that the person who was supposed to pay me everything. And just coincidentally, this weekend, I saw him at a local mall with his girlfriend. And I went up to the girlfriend and told her that I didn't think that he was a good person, that he squelches on his contracts, and that I didn't think that they were going to work out. And I told the owner of the company the same thing. And I was going to say that he was fuck you. So in exchange for the $1,000 that he owed me, he basically lost his relationship. And it goes to show you it's just a lesson that everyone out there to ensure that you do what you say you're going to do, or you may have some retribution in the future. Something like that. Didn't have to be super fun, but it's a really interesting story that you could like tighten up, like, and you could throw more punchlines into it. I was just telling that story, and I didn't think about punchlines, but like it made you laugh just there. And it's kind of one of those perfect like stories where the underdog gets back. I mean, it's like something that could be in a movie. And it very much reminds me of the Seinfeld episode where
Yeah, I mean, if you have to kind of over it or analogy and whatnot, and that's a good old
it's exactly it's a good way to win over a crowd. and people, it's an exciting story. I mean, I'm agree with you. Anyway, I told them, if you type that story up and add some jokes to it.
Director Wilson
Exactly. That's hilarious.
told myself that
Exactly. 100%. That's a very good joke. Uh, yeah, exactly. Something along those lines. And uh, he said he would think about it. Anyway, I told him, look, if you want to do the stand-up comedy, he wants. Do you know that his cousin has a Netflix special? Seriously, he has a cousin. I don't remember. I don't think it's actually talking about it, but they're like a professional comedian, and and I said to him, instead of going for these like game show like shows or whatever, why don't you just ask your cousin for advice? He's like, I should do that. It's like, well, that would be the first thing I would do. Anyway, um, I, I thought that I was proud of him for that story. In fact, I told him, dude, all the time you come in here and you're gonna hit your shot, and I give you shit and say, hey, remember that time you said you were gonna hit your shot and then you didn't? Yeah, like afterwards, I remember that basically I give him shit, but I said, that story, that was a really great story. And I'm not just saying that. That was a really, really good story. And if, if you add some jokes to it, it's like a perfect, like, 2 or 3 minute, maybe even 5 minute story that you can tell. And then you're starting to get a routine. But, so he's got, we even like plan these out. How many Monday nights, every other Monday night does he have until this Australian television? And it was like 8 Mondays or something like that. And I said to him, like, have to go every 2 weeks or whatever. And if you want to get better, you need to record your sets. That's what all these people do. And he, I just, there's this fear that people have, they don't look at themselves recorded. It's just, it's human nature. And, he's not somebody who wants to be a traditional comic where you work at it, you get a good routine, and you like try to build it up with punchline. He just thinks he's so good that he can just off the cuff win everybody over and make everybody think it's really funny. I'm not saying it means he can't. It's just um, it's more
I
difficult.
think this is like big
Right.
by I guess you finally built some courage
Well, and I
more.
told him that that's more courage and
I can talk to this cousin. I literally every stand Joey did go whoever. I think that's real modern and like we're constructing it, trying to analyze it from all different
that's true.
finally produce some solid material as like
That's true. Um, so most comedians record their sets and then go back and put them ready in the front. Joey just does not record his sets, but he's different. He's kind of like a front room comedian. And also, what he's done is specials. He's done specials, both of which were considered failures. So it kind of tells you that, like, if you want to be really, really good and have a real tight set, like some of these people, you have to have a rhythm down really well. And I think that his cousin would say the same. Okay, but I did tell him how proud I was multiple times of him for having the courage to go up and to do stand-up comedy. He blamed me the first time, of course. He came up here. It was like 3 in the morning, and he said he was going to live stream it here. And I was like, dude, the next day, don't. rely on me to record your site. If you're able to go into Discord with your phone, just go to your record app and hit the red button. I mean, it's very simple. Um, and I think it would just make it up. The other thing is, I would tell you this, I would be afraid of this. If I were doing stand up and I did it, and let's say there was laughter, but it didn't get picked up by the microphone, I would say, people were laughing at that part, but it just didn't come off that way. Whatever reason he wants to do it, wants to record it, or doesn't want to, he really wants to be on this television show. And I explained to him, it's like, it's not shows. Look, I bet I could find Australia. Show genuinely.
So it's not. So then
No, it is. It's a TV show.
every performance and
Wait, it's not a TV show. I wouldn't remember it.
literally doing stand-up.
I think it might be like Australian stand like Australian side of it, or something like that. But he didn't know his stand up instead of then I like one. So we have to do that.
I thought I was like most stand-up and like random show where
It's nothing,
it's like likable host or
No. it's nothing like that. And he yes. Okay, so anyway, he has a desire like very much. I asked him like that's what you want to do? He's like, yeah, I just wanted to do like 10 different things over the course of he worked in high finance, he worked in security, all of those whatever, whether he did or not, I don't know. He did work somewhere, that's true.
actually
Private, yeah, that's high. And so here's what I told him to do. I was like, Zoot, there's nothing wrong. He would come here for like 4 or 5 hours to the point where like my sleep schedule revolves around Zoom. Still does to some extent. Because when he comes in here, I have so much fun with him that I would just stay up all night, and then it just goes up my house. But I said to him, Zoot, why don't you apply for positions in your area? It's like, well, and I said this because you literally have nothing to do in your day except think about all the mental shit you have going on. But if you had a normal job, you wouldn't be thinking about that stuff so much. You'd be engaged in your position. And so I tried to get him to apply to me. And it took me some time, but he finally said that he did. And and their Walmart, their Burger King is Hungry Jack, their his mom. And I'm sure he'll be like, they didn't call me back or whatever. And I'll be like, dude, you applied to 3 places. Like, when I needed a job, I applied to 1,000 different places. And guess what? I got a job the next day. And when I needed other jobs, even okay, well, you can think that, but that's not how people hire anymore. They hire through online career management software, and it's a numbers game. You just have to apply a lot, and you'll get chosen. If you, I mean, I'm telling you from experience. I get that whole thing. Go in, shake hands, look them in the eye, all that garbage. That's fine. And I'm not saying that can't work. The best way is networking, like having a connection. But if you don't have a connection, I'm telling you, if you apply to every job in your area, literally every single one, you will get one of them. It's just a number. You just can't be frustrated if you apply to 100 places and you don't get a job at 500 places and you don't get a job, if it takes 1,000 or 10,000, you'll eventually get some job. Someone will take a risk on it. And so I explained it to him. I explained to him when I needed a job, I applied to 1,000 places in one day. And using Indeed, all you had to do is press a button on a phone. It's very easy to do. And the next day, I had 3 interviews lined up. And I got the job in my first interview, and that job paid $2,000 and allowed me to get a lot of good skills to then go and work remote jobs. When I needed remote jobs, I applied for 600 of them, and I got a really good remote job within like 2 or 3 weeks. I mean, it did not take long. And I'm not saying that. I mean, I have a good resume too. There's no doubt about that. But I applied for more difficult positions. He's just applying for entry level positions. And I explained to him, I don't need a McDonald's. I can tell you, I had to go into a McDonald's one time to use the bathroom before a job interview. It's not something that I really have. Uh, I wouldn't normally have a lot of knowledge of. However, I do because I'm in their subreddit. And the reason why I'm in their subreddit is McDonald's is a lot like America. And a lot of corporate policies come from there. And 10% of the entire United States workforce has worked at McDonald's. And I've known some people who have worked at McDonald's who were, like, they worked there a long time ago. And they were um, vice presidents of companies. It's like a really good way to learn some good set of skills at a young age. And I said to him, I was reading about people who worked at Australia's McDonald's, and like they were older than he was. They were like 33 and 35, and they liked it. And so I explained to him, like, don't look down on those jobs. Those are highly valued in society. Anybody with a job is highly valued. So he went and he applied, and he had to like make a video conference with them. I wanted a job, these kinds of things. So but that's really what he needs. He needs just a job. He is just going to drive himself bonkers without a job and without any passion. And he wanted to be a male stripper, and I was really proud of him. Exactly, that's another one. He worked really, really hard. I mean, every single day he would come in here and tell me his body fat and whether he had a six pack or not, and all these other things. And I encouraged him. That's great, dude. Why don't you go to the place where you're supposed to strip and tell them that you're ready? Because they told him originally to get a six pack and then come back. And so he got a six pack. I said, okay, well, did you go back? And he said, I'm not going to go back. I was like, well, why not? And he said that there was a girl who he used to know who basically sabotaged him with the guy who owned the strip club. What do you mean? And he's like, I don't know exactly what happened, but basically she said that Zoot was just not a good fit for this kind of role or something like that, and so they weren't going to hire him. So I explained to him, okay, well, that's not the only strip club where you could work. Or you could work as a private stripper, a private dancer, whatever. There's a bunch of things you can do if you have a really good body. And don't get down on yourself. Continue to work and apply and all these other things. And exactly. All of those things. And he started to bulk up instead of being like really thin or whatever. It doesn't have it anymore, but it's not like he couldn't work for another month and get it back. But I feel sorry for him because he keeps getting derailed by things, and it's just unfortunate that these things happen. But it is what it is. Okay, so anything else about you? I was really proud for a few things for doing the stand-up comedy. So telling that boss guy to shove it telling his girlfriend or whatever. And I thought that was really cool. And I wanted to be on the show, and I wanted to be on the show. Okay, with that being said, want to hear how life's going in Rabbi now? Of course you do. All right, so we'll talk about our bots. Those are always important. But we have the Harry Potter Mama Sonic 10 Edu fantasy football that recently started. It is amazing. Riser, I cannot tell you, like, unless you did it, you wouldn't realize how much fun it is. But it is so much fun. It, like, normally I don't really like NFL that much. It's just, like, not, I think a lot of it's rigged and all this other stuff. However,
Oh, yeah, yeah, I was going to send you this thing that did yesterday. And, there's like it was like an NFL game. And there's like 90 minutes to it. It literally shows what it got. And he's trying to rip off the ball and release the
yeah, sure. No, they used to make a product show from the 1970s to the 1990s called Stickum. That was literally like an adhesive that used to be legal in the game, so it could be that as well. Um, but I'm a little right. I get that. I get that. Okay, I'll watch it just for you. I'll watch it right now, and I can see that happening. I've heard the same for the NBA, although I don't know if there's that much truth to that one. Um, oh, yeah, start the football. And you know what's really interesting is welcome. How are you? What's going on? Chuko, aka Lay's favorite chips. What's good? Dude, this thing is stuck on this motherfucker's hand.
Hey, just talking about me.
No, no, we were talking about another friend of ours' name.
Hey, talk about like I don't know I was playing.
That's okay. No, I, you don't even know my friend Rising. Rising, this is Brandon, this is Rising, but Rising doesn't know anything about you. We're talking about another friend of ours who you'll meet. He's a very nice guy. He wants to be a stand-up comedian. He also wants to be a bunch of things. And we were just talking about things. We were not talking about anything.
Hello, Riser. I'm going to sleep.
She did it, good dog.
Single pain over.
Dog. I'm so glad you sent me this.
What do you think about the football game last night?
Rising doesn't like football.
And the thing that Minnesota Vikings, I hate Chicago Bears.
That's true. Riser, this video that you sent, I completely see it and think that it could be a thing. That was really interesting.
For a while.
That is absolutely wild. I love it. I love that kind of stuff. Very suspicious. Absolutely. And it also makes you
But like, sorry.
it makes you realize like perhaps how some of these guys make these one-handed catches or like these fingertip catches like, that normally you wouldn't be able to get.
That's what I was gonna say. Like, I think like our footage of like matches. It's probably easy, just like NFL one hand pass montage on YouTube, and then like just see like how like, if it's like a good 40 yard pass or whatever, like the ball has a lot of energy something that and you. I'm assuming those NFL calls are pretty like this, kind of one of those. I guess that there's like a small, but it seems like there's a bigger possibility of bouncing off. Like, I want to know how many bounce off their hands that they get, and how many.
Well, there was a whole. Um, this was proven. It's called Inflategate with the New England Patriots under Tom Brady and Rob Gronkowski, where they would deflate the balls to make them easier to catch.
Yeah, no, I heard about that. I mean, I also watched the documentary where like the YouTube video you know, on this company that is like responsible for making all of the football and also like college football. They don't typically make football.
Is it Wilson?
Different types of modules. I forget. I'm not sure, but they're a big company and there's different types of maybe not different types of learn, but they finish whether different pieces like super different like there's customization that they can do to the football and get customized basically for the quarterback. And I thought it was all like standard ball.
Right. Yeah, no, they're different. And, they just changed the rule this year that kickers normally had to use like a new ball every game that they would get like 45 minutes before kickoff. But now they've made it so that they can kick old balls, which should make them go further because they're like broken in. I mean, I don't know exactly how it works, but it's like basically there are some questions. Yeah. Um, and there have been theories in the NBA that there are magnets that are sometimes put in basketballs, and they can turn the magnet on and off at the rim because the rim is metal. So, like, if they want these crazy shots to go in,
Oh no way.
well, I don't know if that.
That's something that commentary
Yeah,
that would make sense. So that's what makes a lot of sense.
yeah. Well, whether it's true or not, I don't know. But, um, yeah, I mean, the big one that's true that they would do a lot is they have a thing called the champion in the NFL where they come out with a chain and measure whether the ball is like inches away or whatever from a first down or a touchdown or whatever.
I don't know. Wait for that.
Well, now they're saying they're doing that, but they just show an animation, which you don't really know if the animation is accurate or not.
Like that kind of movie play.
It is just like the tennis replay or the soccer onside one. It's just like that, which lets people to be like, there could just be someone at the NFL headquarters who just says that the thing is 2 inches short and types in 2 inches and then it's 2 inches short. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, there's no like, there's no like, TV. I don't know how. I can't. I don't know what how really or how.
I understand that. Now, The NFL,
But if we did,
the NFL did start putting GPS things into the football. Thing. Um, but that was a few years ago. Anyway, these games could just be rigged, and um, so for many years I was just with. Okay,
That's a hard.
so the NFL has implemented a tracking system for footballs using RFID technology. That happened in 2017, 2018. So there are chips inside of them. Um, okay, so how do they do it with the player's knowledge? Well, like look at the Tom Brady deflate issue, where basically like the referees know that the balls are like not inflated all the way because they're touching the balls before every snap, but they're just putting it down because the New England Patriots keep winning and that's good for ratings. They just keep allowing it to happen. So does that make sense? Where there was um, another controversy that the New England Patriots had called Spygate, where they were recording their opponents, specifically the New York Jets. They were recording their practices, and you're not allowed to do that. So when I say
Goddamn, the Canadian soccer team, one of the grand, great.
right, I think well, we talked about this, I think, but yeah, I had heard of that as well. And okay, so with that being said, do I think that it's being done with the NFL's permission? Yeah. And the players' permission? Yeah. Here's why. The NFL works on revenue sharing. So even if your team goes 0-17, loses every single game, your team is still going to make billions of dollars because they share 80% of the revenue. So basically, we could say this. Let's say you have a bad team. Your team, you're the owner of, let's say, the whatever team you have. And we say to you, look, the Dallas Cowboys, we want them to win this year. If they win, we're all going to make more money. You're going to shut your mouth because it's going to make you richer than if your crappy little team wins. Does that make sense? Well,
And also, is that true
hold-
about sports? Because New York Yankees are that.
yeah, so that one's different.
I don't know.
Baseball's different.
There's got to be a connection between like the will of city and like
Hold on. They're in revenue sharing. So the other owners know that when the Yankees are good, they all make more money. So it's in their best interest to allow the Yankees to do really well. Now with the Jets and the Giants, there are multiple teams in the New York area, which waters down their fan south. But this is to say there aren't multiple teams in the New York area in baseball, but the Mets aren't just as big as a draw as the Yankees are, and thus you get these really powerful teams. Like now, you've got the Dodgers. The Yankees aren't as good anymore. Well, they're still good, but they're not like the Dodgers. When the Dodgers do well, all of the owners make a lot more money than if the Tampa Bay Rays win. Why? Because Los Angeles is a much bigger market than Tampa Bay is. Makes sense?
yeah, but really sucks, don't they?
Yeah, but yeah, but they don't have as big of a draw, and they're really Orange County's team. They're the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim. In order to have the city of Anaheim build a stadium, it part of the contractual agreement that they have that the name Anaheim has to be in the name. But I can tell you that, like, even as an Orange County resident, it was hard to find uh, any any LA Angels fans, and it still is, even though they've done a lot better recently. But like when I
Are the Dodgers any good? They have two, right? The Dodgers are also probably the better, the
well, yeah, that's why,
more fans of the Dodgers.
and that's why. When I was a kid, everybody was in LA with Dodgers fan, and it was really hard to find a Angels fan. Then in about 2005 or so, 2007, something like that. The Angels did well for a couple seasons when people were Angels fans. But it's back to the point where very few people are Angels fans. Everybody's a Dodgers fan, especially because the Dodgers took the Angels' best player, Shohei Ohtani. And I mean, even in Orange County, which is where the Angels are located, most people are still Dodgers.
Really, they're in Anaheim.
Yeah, that's what. You're okay.
Season counties.
You're okay. I mean, it's just
Dodgers are in Los Angeles. Which one is that?
Los Angeles County.
So they're like,
Yeah, there are three teams very close. So there's the San Diego Padres, which are in San Diego. There's the Angels, which are in Anaheim, which is Orange County. And then there's the Los Angeles Dodgers, which are in Los Angeles.
there's five local California baseball teams. San Diego.
Well, Oakland's moving to Las Vegas. So they'll be- but even still, that makes a team that's even closer to Los Angeles than the A's are. Meaning, like within a 3 hour drive.
San Francisco helps them for San Francisco and Oakland.
Right. But I mean, I'm saying like within a 3 hour drive, I could basically go to four different places. There's a concentration here.
Pretty dope.
Well, with that said, the the idea is this: if we allow larger markets to do well, meaning Los Angeles, San Francisco, even Chicago, New York City, those teams, if they do well, we make more money. Now, there are some exceptions to this, like St. Louis, which isn't that big of a city, but because there aren't a lot of teams in the central part of the United States, St. Louis covers a lot of covers a lot of people. Kind of like how the Kansas City Chiefs have done really well recently. So well, Kansas City isn't that big of a city, right? But it covers the middle part of the United States, which can cover a lot more people, including like St. Louis and parts of like Arkansas and Kansas and areas of Missouri and that kind of thing. Okay, so getting back to the whole ownership thing. So it's like this. You, let's say, have a team, and we call it Risers Renegades. Okay. And they're in the NFL, along with the Dallas Cowboys and the New York Giants and the New York Jets, the LA Rams, and all of these teams. Now, if you, if the Risers Renegades, if you guys win the Super Bowl, everybody in the league gets $5 million. If the Dallas Cowboys win the Super Bowl, everybody in the league gets $1 billion. Which one do you think everybody's going to want, even if it means that your team isn't going to do well?
That shirt down to the players.
Uh, kind of through merchandise sales and endorsements. basically,
Endorsement deals. Most players,
no, they're not, but it means that there are more opportunities for players on a single team to get endorsement deals. If their teams are doing really well, that means more cameras are going to be on them. There'll be more coverage on them. That means that the average endorsement is going to go higher. So let's say Risers Renegade win the Super Bowl. You don't have any big time players. Well, the average endorsement for any team might be $100,000. But if the Philadelphia Eagles or the Kansas City Chiefs, Travis Kelsey got $20 million for Pfizer, and that meant everybody whose endorsement who had any endorsement as an NFL player, it all went up. So they started making 5/10 of millions of dollars when previously they weren't making that money. But because it's like a rising tide lifts all ships, that old saying, when you have one player who starts making a lot of money, everybody starts making a lot more money. So anyway, do I, do I think that the players are involved? Let me say, yeah. Now here's another issue that occurs. Do you know what happens? I'm not going to quiz you on this. You may not know, but basically, let's say you get screwed on a call in a game, and you have a press conference afterward as a player. You're not allowed to mention the referees. You're not allowed to mention that play, or you get fined for like $20,000 your first offense. Now, $20,000 may not seem that much, but it is because if you do that as a rookie, it's $20,000, and then you do it your second year, it's like $40,000. Your third year, it'd be $80,000. It keeps doubling basically. So they correct, correct, because they used to, and that quote unquote brought down the integrity of the game. So when people started to doubt that the results were not rigged, when people started to doubt the game and think that the results were rigged, less people were watching. So there was collusion. Well, and what they've done in recent years, at least the last 10 years or so, they immediately bring someone in who's a former referee to explain why this was the correct call. So it's like you don't have somebody in there saying that this is the incorrect call. You never have that. Immediately they have someone, usually if it's the NFL, they say call it from New York, who says why this, and they're a former referee, and they say why this was the correct call. So they'll say, there's reasonable, like it's not indisputable, or they'll say like there's not enough evidence to overturn the call. This is the right call, and then it's to convince the masses that are watching it. Oh well, they got it right. When in reality, they're in cahoots with the front office of New York of the NFL that's basically saying to them to toe the line. There's another thing that they do. I didn't know a lot of this, but it's in a book called The Fix Is In by Brian Dewey. And he basically made a career out of explaining to fans how all of their favorite sports are big, especially the drafts of them. And so, like, one of the things that he's saying that they do is let's say we want, this time we want Risers Renegades to do really well. So it's your year. Basically, all of the big teams have won. Now we want you to do well. What do we do for your team? Well, here's what we do. Before the game, they show highlights to the referees of what they want called. And so everything that will help you and your little squad, like Risers Renegades, like penalties, like forward fouls, like allowing you to do more holding, or maybe things that you guys do, like passive interference, don't call it on you. Basically, they make these compilations of clips to show it to the referees, and while they don't say that they tell the referees how to call the game. If the referees want to start calling playoff games, which pay more money, and then eventually the Super Bowl, they have to have a they're all judged. They get scorecards after each game of how they did, and if they don't do what the NFL told them to do, then they get bad scores, and then they don't get to do playoff games and the Super Bowl. And so they all want to get as good scores as they can get. Does that make sense? Now the big one is baseball because they have something that does the balls and strikes. It's like an automated umpire or something like that. And after each game, they judge what the umpires get. And like even the best umpires only get like 90% of the calls right. Eventually, they're going to get rid of the umpire.
Why would they not like relay the fire?
Right, because the umpires they don't want to get. They call it the human touch of the game. They don't want to get rid of them. But in reality, sometimes these umpires are rigging the game for a certain team because they know who they want to go. So, like basically, the umpires are they know that the New York teams, some of these big market teams, are more lucrative. Exactly, especially when it comes to television dollars. So that's why who played in the World Series last year? New York and Los Angeles. That's what they want to happen.
Way to rig it.
Well, they do that too. The big one with pitching, and they're starting to catch these guys do this. So they have these things called prop bets that are like bets that you can do on FanDuel or any of these that are like really specific. So instead of just doing like I think that the Yankees are going to win or I think the Dodgers are going to win, it's more like I think the first pitch of the pitcher is going to be a ball. And then all they have to do is get to that pitcher and say, look, you don't have to lose the game. You don't have to hurt anybody. Your statistics aren't going to be bothered. All we need you to do is throw a ball on the first pitch, and you're going to get $10 million. If these, especially like cartels and stuff, they will go to these players who are not from the United States and threaten their families, things like that. Especially if they come from Latin American countries. And so there is a pitcher who's gotten in trouble for it recently. Exactly. They did a compilation of this one pitcher, and like all his first.
Oh, that's, yeah.
Exactly. And he was throwing the ball like in the grass, like on his first pitch. And the reason why, and the reason why he was throwing it like way away from the batter is because a lot of times the batter wants to swing the bat anyway, so he's just going to swing it anyway. And so to ensure that it's a ball, he throws it in the grass. So like basically, and so he
bet on like whether whether like the batter. Like they could bet on so many little.
they do, and they absolutely do. And this goes into there's something called point shaving, where let's say we have your team, Risers Renegades, and you guys know that you're going to beat Zoots Zebras. You guys know that you're a better team. So what we say to you guys is, look, you guys know you're going to win. Just don't win by as much. It's called point shaving. So normally you would win by 20 points. You'd win a basketball game by 20 points. We just need you to win by 10 points. And you win, you still win the game, and we win because we're going to bet on you to win, but not by so much. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I saw the basketball player. I think that later was shooting like I'm really just made it and amazing they literally caught him.
right? And I think it was, I could be wrong, but like he needed more points as an individual. They do these prop bets where like the individual needs like 20 points to make the string, but or like to break even. So they need to score more. There's something like that. But yeah, so there is.
I like the first thing though with like the cartels higher on the right.
Yeah, so
Really got them out. Like not many people like millions of dollars with it.
yeah, so what they do is they say if the numbers aren't like let's say it's 10-1 people who think that the strike is going to be the first pitch, 10 people to every one person. Well, that means it's really attractive for anyone who thinks that it's going to be a ball because they're going to make $10 if they just bet $1 and it's a ball. Does that make sense?
They look for like or
Exactly. I had a guy doing it. Exactly. I had a guy doing it here tonight. He watched the Minnesota Vikings game, and he saw that if the Vikings won, he would win 4-1, and he bet on it, and he won. So here's how the casinos make money. They don't make money whether it's 10-1 or 1-10. They make money on what's called the juice, and the juice is the fees that the player has to pay to be able to bet. So usually it works like this. Let's say it's 10-1 if it's going to be a strike. It will be like it will be like maybe 10-2. They'll change it so it'll be that'd be right now. It'd be like 11-1. They'll make it 11-1 instead of it like the real odds are 10-1, but they'll say I mean it's really like this. Okay, if you wanna make a bet, you have to bet $10 to win $1. And if you win, you're gonna win $10 or you're gonna win $1, but you had to put up $10. However, if you lose, you have to put up an extra dollar. And that's called the juice, the actual the cost of making the bet. Usually you don't pay juice on the winning bet, just the losing bet. So how does that work? Basically, if you want to make that 10-1 bet, you really have to make the a little bit bigger of a bet. So instead of betting $100 to win $10, you have to bet like $120 to win $10. And if you win $10. If you lose $120, and the house keeps $20 either way, whether it was a ball or a strike. That's the juice. Does that make sense? So that's how these places get really. That's how they always win. So basically, even when there's a situation where like everybody's betting really heavy on Team A, they just make the odds better for Team B, and it doesn't matter to them because in the end, they're just going to make money on the truth. They just want a lot of people bet. That's what they do. So anyway, that's how that works. There were some scandals about this in college basketball many years ago with point shaving, and then in the NBA, they always call him. This could be this guy's fucking name. Disgraced NBA referee Tim Donahue. But basically, there was a referee in the NBA who got caught. He got caught rigging games for teams. He was betting on games, and he came out and said, "I wasn't the only one doing it. In fact, I was doing it less than most of the other referees, especially the longtime referees. Because here's what happens: imagine you're a referee and you make $100,000 a year. It used to be that. Now it's more like $200,000 or $300,000 a year. You have to pay these guys really well. But you're standing next to a guy who's earning $40 million a year. You start to get jealous of that guy. And so you start to think, you know what? If I just start making some properly placed bets here or there, I'm going to be able to live a better life. And maybe I won't be making $40 million a year, but maybe I could make $4 million a year. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but are they telling how much it's called then?
Yeah. So what they do is, at least what he was doing, he had a bookie. Basically, he was working with a partner who had like mafia ties, and they would just say that like they would know that a certain player was hurt because they literally hear the guy on the bench, you know, in saying like my hand hurts or whatever. And then the next night, they just would make sure that they would bet or have their bookie bet that that guy wouldn't have as many points as normal. They just
No, totally excited.
they had a lot of inside information, but then also they had situations where they just were like they would know that the NBA, like the NBA likes to make money, and so one of the things the NBA really likes is when games go to 7 games. And why is that? It's usually a best of 7. So if a team wins 4 games, it's the first team to win 4 games. Well, if they sweep the first 4, that means that there are only advertisements that are shown for 4 games. However, if it's shown, if the game goes to 7 games, that's 3 more, additional games where they can show advertising and ticket sales. So let's say you're a referee, you know that it's in the NBA's best interest for this game to go 7 games. So you might bet that a certain team might win in 7 games, and you know that that'll be good for the NBA and everybody will want that. So you'll tell your bookie, that we want the Lakers in 7. And the reason why is because it's going to be good for the NBA to extend this as long as possible. Does that make sense?
Now, if you look at this, it's I believe like it's not like it's like something.
That's true. Hockey's different than some of the American sports, though. It's not as big. There aren't as many eyes on it. Simple as that. And
Yeah, but I don't know how similar it is across different sports. So, like, people like an outlier.
that's difficult to calculate. I can tell you this: it is an outlier amount of how many games are won by the home team. And you might say, well, that's just because they're crowd yelling for them and things like that. And you might think that, but it actually it makes a lot more money when a home team wins because of the restaurants and the hotels and the parties that go on afterward. Like if a home team wins, it's a huge party in whatever city that is that night. If they lose, nobody goes out, everybody goes home. So there's a major. I mean, that means that people don't buy jerseys for their kids, and they don't do autograph signings afterward, and all the other things that these teams do. All that stuff. Exactly, all that stuff. So it is in your best interest for them. Let's look at that statistic.
Also, the refs are
Right? They are because they don't want to get shit from the fans and all that. Statistically, in the NBA, do we go to 7 games more often than they would if being influenced. Okay, if we consider the NBA playoff series going to 7 games, now they say it's not significantly influenced, but what is significantly? Um, so, so since the inception of the NBA, 155 game sevens have been played. The occurrence of game seven determined the outcome of game six. Um, let's see here. Statistical analysis of the best of 7 series across American sports including the NBA, shows no single game other than the seventh is more important than another to determine the series. Like, that's not what we're saying. We're saying that is there a higher likelihood of it going to six? Like, basically, I think we can track. I think we could. I could do this. You know, in the NBA, can you please, of all the series, what percentage of each have gone to game four, game five, game six, and game seven? I love how fast it is. Like, this would take so long to do normally. Okay, so here we go. Four game series sweeps. Like, wouldn't we expect it to be 25% each, right? Okay, so four game sweeps is 16.5, so it's low, like really low. Five game series is 26.2. Six game series is 31.5, and seven game series is 25.7. Now, there's another issue with this. If you take it to seven games, there's a chance that the team that you don't want to win could win if the other team has a bad night. So just getting it to six games is really important for the NBA. It's extra money. So for me to see that at 31.5%, that's 6.5% more than we would expect. Does that make sense? So basically, yeah. So it does look like it's affected a little bit, especially Game Six, and that makes sense because it's like this. Look, let's say it's a really good team. It's it's Risers Renegades. You guys are really good now against Zoot Steelers. Okay, as the NBA, we could say, look, we want to have as many television commercials as possible, but we still want Risers Renegades to win. So if this, they would normally win in four games. Well, if we push it to six games, we still have the ability of Risers Renegades to win. We'll still be able to sell a lot of ads, and that's the best of both worlds. Because if we get to seven games, you never know. Zoot's team may win, and then that's going to hurt us on the back end because we're not going to sell as much because his team isn't as big a draw. That actually the big number is 31.5. It's 6.1% higher than we should have expected. And the other thing that's interesting is that game fours are 16.5. That's almost 10% less than we would have expected. It's 8.5% less. That's a significant amount. You know, I'm glad you looked it up, Riser.
You should always add on the game five teams that's now.
Right. I think another big thing that has to do with this is how they do the home and home series. Like usually they do depends on the league, but they'll do two home games, three away games, and two home games. Does that make sense?
2-2.
No, no, two, three, two.
Oh,
So basically, game six means that we're going to be able to send a lot of ads. That we don't have to risk a game seven of like losing, and we have the home team win. And
Yeah,
it also,
yeah,
and it also helps explain in the 4 game sweeps. Usually, the team, if they're gonna sweep on the road, and it's not as big of a celebration if they sweep on the road than it is if they win at home. Nobody wants to win the championship when their team's not in town. They want their team to win in town. They can celebrate. The bars will all be big. The mascot, the whole thing. Now, it doesn't always work that way, but a lot of times does.
yeah. Uh, like, I'm just wondering, like, just based on like that knowledge of like the as I go to Team 6, like, I'm wondering what other like patterns have changed and all these statistics could like that there are out there that would like basically give you an edge of like,
I would love to deep dive into this with you. Can you just give me a moment? I can do it. Thanks. Congratulations. Okay.
And then little query to explore and notify uh, like my gate, and then like oh like again and stuff that could be where that even
Water.
yes your answer. So water explain to me like water like
Yeah, so Watergate is the name of the hotel complex in Washington, D.C. corridor. And during the 1972 presidential elections, there was a break-in at this hotel, and it was the headquarters of the Democratic National Convention, or the Democratic National Committee, and there were these quote-unquote burglars that stole some information, basically to help Nixon get elected. And Nixon says that he didn't know anything about it, but he did get in trouble for the cover up. And then since then, any kind of any kind of event that has any kind of doesn't have a name gets the term gate added to it, the suffix, uh, and so with the play gates, I get on the what you said, and then yeah, I believe had to do with. I mean, we'll just look at the video so I can get the right information. What information was stolen during Watergate from the Democratic National Committee? Can you hear me? Excellent. Um, excellent. Can you hear me? So it was political strategy and opposition research. They also planted bugs for listening devices and for phone calls. Does that answer your question?
what
Excellent.
other games are you aware of?
Um,
Iran game.
yeah. So yeah, if you look at that one, normally known as Iraq Contra. There was a there was in the 80s where under the Reagan administration, basically there was an agreement to arm what are called the Sandinistas in Latin America. They were like a guerrilla opposition force um, in exchange for um, also arming the Iranians and uh, there are also arguably a lot of cocaine um, that was being done at the same time. Um, how it really went down, I think, was the Latin American countries would sell or like give the United States cocaine. The United States would give guns to those Latin countries, and then also give them to Iran as well in uh, the years after the Iranian Revolution. So um, Congress had been engaged in Nicaraguan Contras, anti-communist rebels fighting the left wing and east of government. Okay, so they gave to the Contras. So they were fighting through the Bullen Amendment. So it was armed for hostages. Senior U.S. officials secretly sold weapons to Iran through intermediaries. The idea Iran would pressure Hezbollah to release American hostages in Lebanon. Profits from the arms sales were not fully accounted for and became the funding source of the second operation. And it, because Congress banned U.S. funding of the Contras, the Reagan administration officials diverted money from the Iran arms sales to secretly finance the Contras. That one, so what else have they had used? Um, there's been Dressgate was one of them, with the Monaco Lewinsky dress, allegedly. Um, there was the the media likes to use it for things that aren't that serious, but sometimes they'll blow them up to be serious. Like Spygate's a perfect example. Spygate sounds like something having to do with real spy. No, it had to do with the football team. Um, what else? There was, did this get called the Gate? So there was one, I don't know what it was called. Um, what was that issue that happened with the New Orleans Saints? Who were tapping into their opponent's headsets? What was that called? Bounty Gate. Oh yeah, Bounty Gate. So Bounty Gate was when the New Orleans Saints were caught running the bounty program. Players were rewarded with cash bonuses for injuring opposing players and knocking them out of games. That's the scandal the Saints are infamous for. Uh, they they also did they tapped their opponent's headsets as well. So here we go. The Saints have had allegations of equipment and communication misconduct, but there's no major proven scandal. So at the time, there was. I mean, I wouldn't know about it if it wasn't something. Um, they were caught intercepting opponents' headsets in the same way the Patriots Spygate case went down. Some fans have speculated about headset gate incidents in the Superdome. Coaches complaining about headset malfunctions when playing the Saints, but this was never proven or formally named. And also, so they could just tap into their opponent's headsets. That was the big thing. They won the 2007 Super Bowl when the Saints have historically been a really bad team. So people have thought about this. It was also right around Hurricane Katrina. They won it like the year after Hurricane Katrina, which is like very.
Oh yeah, that's the rebuild.
Absolutely. All right. Are you ready to play some carom?
Uh,
All right.
if you want,
Absolutely, big dog.
earlier, we talked about the ultra earlier.
Right.
I know a bunch of information that's classified. Obviously, we have to speculate on classified CIA operation, but what do you think we'll know here that you're classified CIA?
Sure. Well, the big ones are the ones that the big ones are the ones that are still classified. But
have one,
okay, so
one,
there's Project Mockingbird, which involves the media and like the brainwashing of the masses through the mass media. So um, that's also by like integrating CIA operatives in Hollywood and in news to make the media essentially an arm of the government and no longer like an independent truth teller, and also make movies that are very positive towards the United States government. And the way that they do this is they say to a director, hey, you can use all of our planes, you can use our aircraft carriers, you can use our submarines, which are normally really expensive to produce on a movie set. You can use all of them for free. The only catch is this: we get final draft power on the movie, meaning that we can cut out anything in the movie that we don't like. And also, we want to have somebody on the set as a consultant. And so you'll get a movie like Top Gun Maverick that normally would cost like way more money than it did, even though it was really expensive. But in exchange, the U.S. government is on it, and they make everything look really cool. This was done for the movie Top Gun, and specifically, it was done a lot. It was done on Independence Day. It's done on all kinds of movies. It's done G.I. Jane, and these are just the ones that I know. I'm thinking Transformers, um, things like the Marvel movies. All of those, if they show um, any kind of military equipment, generally they had to get that from somewhere. It's from the United States government, and so that's a big part of it. There was another thing with like Disney movies and Project Mockingbird, like Aladdin. Aladdin, like the face of Aladdin was based off of Tom Cruise's face, and even though he was darker, and like it was supposed to be like Aladdin, this like young, good-looking, boyish guy against like these Middle Eastern terrorist like guys like with these big sabers and bad teeth and fat, and that's kind of. Have you ever seen the movie Aladdin? Well, like exactly. Well, yeah, Magic Carpet and all that, but like Jafar looks very much like Osama bin Laden. Even though they were in separate times, it's very easy to like make somebody look like that kind of villain. And um, you, yeah, it's a cartoon. You have an invitation. Are you going to accept it? Or are you just going to J or? I understand if you're paying attention, you would though. Um, so that's really big. And then there's also Project Monarch. So there's Project Mockingbird, and then there's Project Monarch, which is like this thing to program American youth. Not all of this is declassified, but these are legitimate things. You can look them up. So Project, are you sure? I just sent it 3 times. I've sent it 3 times. You don't have any of them? You're the writer, right? Okay, let me try another one. Just a moment. I'll try a new game. Uh, Random. Do you want to play classic or freestyle? Classic.
right, do you have an invitation now?
Not that one.
Okay. So then there's this thing called Project Monarch, which is like based on like 1960s knowledge of the monarch butterfly, and it like specifically affects the youth of America through symbolism. So like there's this plan to make women very cat-like using like leopard print and like cheetah print and um it sexualizes them basically. And for boys it's to there's a lot of effeminization, like making boys at one time it was like to make boys like GI Joe like and like war and stuff, but they've changed that into liking like dolls and effeminizing boys. With women there's a thing, um this is a tough shot, um in music to like wear cat ears. You've seen like e-girls wear cat ears, and it's like, where the fuck are they getting this? Why do they wear these cat ears? That's part of Project Monarch, or it's called Monarch Programming. And oh yeah, there are like other symbols that they use, like the big one is butterflies and cats, and like it's on all kinds of little girls like toys and stuff. Like oh, this would be one of the greatest shots I've ever had. Oh, that would have been sick. Um, what
That
a,
was a tough guy.
definitely. So, what are the symbols that they use for children? Rainbows. Not just children, but like girls particularly. Cheetah print is really really big. Um, and like leopard print, any kind of cat print, and
There ain't apparently like sexualizing about other friends.
yeah, it makes them like very docile. Like basically like you know how a cat will just like crawl up into your lap and you can pet it. It's the same that is being done to women, basically making them not like strong, and it also sexual.
As well, psychological,
Yeah,
as a
yeah, and also like um, we'll look up all the specific things when this game's over, but like it makes girls not as like strong and independent. It like makes like a cat is like very um like it like licks itself and needs an owner to like take care of. Like it's independent, but um it is like it'll sit in your lap and it wants you to pet it, and it's like you want women to be strong independent people. They shouldn't be animals. They're not animals, but it makes them subconsciously into animals. And like butterflies are like normally like they start as like caterpillars and then they blossom into like butterflies. And there's this idea that like if you got credit for that. Well, Zoot, just what I wanted to see. Zoot, guess what? I told Riser your joke about God with Down syndrome. He thought it was really funny.
yeah, who has Down syndrome? Really funny because it's so obvious that he has autism that like you'd be like, holy shit, if you had Down syndrome, like until you die, you're in heaven. What has Down syndrome? You'd be like, oh, I wasn't expecting that. But if you die, you have autism. You'd be like, oh, fuck. I mean,
she realized.
And what was your Kanye West joke?
Kanye, what?
You had a Kanye West joke.
Kanye. I said Kanye doesn't realize that that I feel like Kanye will start identifying as retarded when he realizes that the one year that see that was first off when his graduation.
That's what it was, which would be autism.
Imagine, yeah.
And I also said, Zoot, how proud I was of you for doing stand-up comedy, which, by the way, did you do yesterday?
I wanted to call up my friend. Like, wait. Like, my job was going every 2 weeks.
Well, wasn't that every 2 weeks there?
No, that was a week.
Oh, okay. Okay, there you go. Zoot, I'm about to send you a mini golf invitation. And, Zoot, I told all your stories, but I did it, like, I tried to make you look good in them. I told your story.
And
I told your story about when you, the other day, where you saw your boss and you told off, you told him off, that guy who owned that company, and you told his girlfriend that he's in a bad relationship, all that stuff. And I even said, wait, Zoot, what did you tell him? Didn't you tell him, you told his girlfriend that, like, their relationship isn't going to last because she's with a scumbag? There you go. Go, Zoot. Zoot, that's like a movie.
if you can't pay me $1,000 for a week's work, then you're probably fucking broke.
There you go.
You act like your Instagram says that you're a multi-millionaire online and you can't pay $1,000 for a week's work.
Right. And what did his girlfriend say? Or what did you say to his girlfriend?
That's what I said.
And didn't you say that their relationship wasn't going to work out?
I said I'll give him 3 months before we get separated for years.
Go Zoo. And I
Maybe
was
if you had money, Rabbi, why is it you?
right. That's a good question. I was just really proud of you, Zoo, and I think that you had a lot of courage to do a lot of the things that you're doing recently. So good on you, Zoo. Did you just whisper second time?
I said, I said, I said, I said it funny if God has down to autism because it's so obvious that
What did you say the first time? What did you say the first time?
the first time I did it,
Yeah. No.
I'm sorry, the person was supposed to be that they were trans. I said, I don't even think you're trans. I just think you're like here, could identifying as a trans person because you can get away with saying transphobic things.
I noticed that you said you're gay, but if you were trans, that would make you straight.
Look at you, Riser. Look at you.
Trans make you straight, wouldn't it?
Oh, Doug, I don't understand it. I don't know.
No, if you're female to male trans, you're dating a man, that makes you straight.
If you're female to male, trans, and you're dating a male, doesn't that mean you're gay?
No, it's male is never female.
Okay, so he identified as a female, and he was dating men. Yeah, that would mean you're straight.
Yes. But no, that's still saying no gay people. So wouldn't that make you straight? I used to make you sign trans. It'll be the same.
And what was their response?
The whole crowd,
Zoot is just going to become the greatest politically incorrect comic of all. He just tells it like it is.
in reality, I just think that makes real, but I'm not going to say that. You can't say that. And by the way, there's nothing wrong with it. It's not your fault. It's not your choice.
What are you going to do, Riser?
Riser. Elon Musk is the funniest the most likely outcomes of that.
Yeah, I tend to agree with that.
I mean, just what is the outcome in life? You die and God has nothing like that. It would make sense. It would make sense. That doesn't make any sense. How would it make sense? Yeah. Exactly. That makes sense. Sure.
If I make it, and if I make it and Zoot makes it, that will be hilarious. Oh, boo. No, just make it. Actually, I don't want Zoot to make it. Don't make it, Zoot. Don't make it.
If I make it, then you're totally right.
No, I don't. No, that means that I can't win outright.
Yeah, but you're totally right.
Yeah, but I wanted to win outright.
You know, I want to buy a house.
Riser, Riser, are you ready for the shot?
6 months ago.
Oh, I thought that was the last hole. I hate this hole.
We can all tie. If Raza fucks up his shot, we all tie.
Yep.
Oh, that was correct.
Oh no! We don't play.
Latest comeback.
We don't play this game that much anymore.
I am to have come back a time. I told you I have to come with.
No, that is. Oh, yes.
That was great for
I don't know anyone else.
Rabbi, where's my shot? Rabbi,
Has to fuck up.
I would be proud of that shot. Just come closer to the Rob, you're right.
What's up, baby? Maybe.
You're right.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Nice job, Riser.
Raza,
Hey, Zoot. Zoot, you know what game we wanted to play with Riser? Dungeon Tales. Riser has to be the reader. It is. All right, choose a campaign. The road. Do the road to Arrested. Do the road to Arrested. Dude, you fucked up. We'll go back. Read. Read.
First, Raza, so we're the character.
Rumble. Well, really close. You managed to get away. Okay.
Yeti. Utah Yetis. It's a game on a phone. It's called Play-Doh. Hey, hey, Brandon. Remember you were asking if we were talking about you, and I said we were talking about our friend Zoot. This is Zoot. Zoot, Brandon, Brandon, Zoot. There you go, big dog. Excellent. Yeah, I think it's 6.5 hours on easy. Riser, are you going to make a decision?
Are we on this?
Yeah. Riser, why don't you? There you go.
That's good. That's bad. Oh, that's bad. That's bad. That's not that bad. You guys want to go?
Yeah, heal us. Riser, how much do you love this game?
It is a lot easier with
You got that right.
Rabbi. We don't get this problem too.
Right.
Create something to get one of the contracts. Just if I vote for another 10, doesn't matter.
No one knows.
Let's talk to God. Once again, call everybody.
Play-Doh.
Oh,
Plato. It's on the App Store.
P-L-A-T-O.
Plato. Dude, heal us. Oh, I definitely died. Yeah, but you can come back. Okay. Um, did you download the app, Brandon? It's called Plato. Plato.
Put a dragon there, dude. Talk to the fucking dragon. What's up, boy? That's what they said. So we're gonna roll the best.
It's the dice. It's the dice. It's the dice.
Like, right now, you know what they better have?
What's that?
If they let you, if we went up the second time,
I agree. I agree. Okay, it's Plato. No, Plato. Yeah. Yes, download that.
Zoo, calm down. Slap yourself, Zoo.
eventually, but, I can play about it.
I know you don't. Somehow you did it, though. Hey, Riser, what do you think of my score? Riser, can I trash talk you? Okay, now create an account. Okay. Add me as a friend. I'm the Rabbi. Therabbi. Okay. So send me a friend request. I'm the Rabbi. Rabbi. I'm the Rabbi, big dog.
I just, man,
Therabbi. So just the volume. Zoot could beat Riser. No way, no way he's gonna beat you. Riser, what's it feel like to lose to Zoot? Riser, what's it feel like to lose to Zoot?
I have a new phone. I can download it on my phone.
I mean, what?
Downloading.
All right, way to brag, dog.
And right was of my right month okay, we should play that. You know what game was that?
What do you want to play? What is that? Okay, Brandon, add me as a friend. The Rabbi, Therabbi. Zoot, you can only play it with two people. Okay, did you send me an invitation, Brandon? Right, so you know what game I want to play with you? Not right now, but perhaps in the future, is reversing. Have we played that before? Dude, it's fun. It's fun as fuck. All right. Okay, Brandon, I'll help you at another time, and we'll get you an account and everything. All right. Um, I'm gonna put in basketball for three people, and Zoot, you can beat Riser again. Riser, how did you download it to your other phone? Whatever garbage you said you're gonna do. Okay, while you do that, I'm gonna help Brandon. Brandon, what's your username?
I'm saying, be right at door. Oh,
Okay, hold on a second. I can't understand what you're saying. I'll send you an invite. Brandon, check your Discord. I sent you the link. Riser, were you able to log in? You're going without us? What the fuck, dude? Hurry up. Yes, we can. Okay, you got an advantage. Good. Okay,
send me a flyer.
dude, you have an invite.
I forgot.
Yes, I did. I sent it again. Zoot got it. Zoot got it. Riser, you have an invite. Did you get it? Okay, well, I guess we'll have to leave that one, and I'll send you another one.
This is not even funny. You guys make up so slow that you're real.
Is it easy? Is it easier on a phone? Is it easier on a phone? Zoot, get the new invite I sent you.
Done updated on the back. Like, be back. Thanks, Rabbi.
Okay, I think. Okay, so Riser, get out of that game. I'm gonna send a 4-person. You know what? Hold on. Then we'll add Brandon. He can figure it out. I'm sure. While we're waiting on Zoot. All right, Brandon. I sent you an invitation. Do you see it? Oh, he got it right away. All right. So just watch what the riser and I do. We just flip the. You just. I think we go first. Oh no, you go first. Wow, dude, he hit his first shot as a swish. Go again. Go again. Keep going. There you go, dude. For your first time, that was amazing. You made your first shot. That's really hard to do. Now Riser's turn. He made every shot. He made every shot.
You're done.
Is it easier on your phone, Riser? That's all right. You made some.
gonna have to pray like extra for this round. I'm going. Pretty bad.
My second round didn't help. Where did it say it was going? Yo, you guys have invitations. Riser, what are you doing? Riser, you have an invitation. Riser, you have an invitation. Dog, it doesn't even count.
Is Dude ever gonna return?
Never. He's done. Go. Brandon, you're up. Brandon, there you go. Nice swish. Eight points. You proud of that? I'm going to destroy that score. $17. That's a record. Riser, what did you think of that? Riser, what did you think of that? That just the record before that was 14, and I just destroyed that score. Dude, I am shocked at my score. No, I missed a couple, but I got like a bunch in a row. Still, I'll take it. I need 7 for the record, 8 for the record. It was the best round anybody's ever had. Oh, for sure. Dude, make the biggest comeback ever. All right, here we go. I need 8. Come on, baby. I got it. That's a record, 35. What up, big dog? Oh yeah, I dominated. All right, you guys have invitations. Hey, Riser. Okay, I'm just. Can you talk or no? Okay, look at the balls. You know how you like back rooms? The number two. I'll wait till you're done. Look at the items. Look at the number two item. It's a back room. Do you see it? Somehow I have back room downloaded, and I'm gonna use it. You'll see it right now.
This is proof that you're hacking, by the way.
I think so. But do you see? Do you see it's a back room?
Yeah,
Isn't that weird? It's like the thing we always talk about. Riser, how would you like to live in a Rhode Island mall?
so much eyes from the I like that like a deep fry for an guy. I would probably, if I wanted to live there full time, I'd probably have to start with like a broomstick and take out my of the fries and then wear the skin for birthday suit just so that I could go in or get your fries. Or what? Maybe just get the job there. I don't even. I just apply to do it. I'm mostly care about the fries.
I would work at Pottery Barn because that's where that one guy worked, and the guy with whom they shared their secret. Oh, dude, you're playing like a baller. That was a big round, 10 points.
Just figure out a new tech.
What, what's your technique? Do you like my back room ball?
Phone is like there's the flip of the finger, the angle of the phone, mindset.
Do you?
The New York Fries mindset. Manager of a New York Fries mindset.
I'm a manager of a Pottery Barn mindset. I'm going to show you how good that is.
Now look, I have this fucking people about ball, so yo, look at this speed. All right, this is all right. This is more great than I'll be in the book. The other sports, fucking league,
I mean, what do you want me to do?
professional magnet players.
Dude, that glove ball thing.
I'm gonna go up to the game. Look like a ball bicycle helmet with a giant sign up there. No one thinks about that, but on TV.
Do You guys have invitations. Dude, you don't even have to use that ball on every play. Just on like the plays where you're passing. Brandon, you have an invitation.
People wait.
He got it. He got it. Still fat. Still fast.
Managers,
Still faster than Zoot. Still faster than Zoot. What are your thoughts on tape muraling?
I think it has a lot of area and hospitals as well. Kids
I agree. It's kind of just like the worst place for it. Like schools would be better than a hospital, and they still wouldn't be that good of a place.
they just look like photos. Issue I have with it. They also damage the ball technically. This background ball like
15 points. That was pretty good. I love it. When you get a really big score like I just got, you just know your competition basically cannot beat you. A very relieving point to be. That was good though. 7.
I think I feel like a 140th scale necessarily down of this basketball.
But only show it for a maximum of 11 seconds.
That one month never again. I heard.
And you absolutely cannot think of 3D rendering or 3D models of any kind. Instead, you must have an art school rebuild it in cinder blocks for $25,000 when a 3D equivalent would cost $800.
There's Jeff Geisenberg, to do it, like the money. You really need to play by the thing with that. And then chuck it into a name on it and tell a story really clearly and people buy it.
I want to know who came up with the ball, like the ball design, and who was like, let's have one be an apple, let's have one be a watermelon. How about a back rooms? No, no, it literally says back rooms. It's called back room. Search for it.
There's like a whole like marketplace.
No, but there's a little magnifying glass in the corner. I was just saying, there's a magnifying glass in the corner. A magnifying glass. Just in the gloves. You see where it says select items, there's a magnifying glass? You mean on your app where it says select items? Are you on the select items page? No, 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 no. Go to the basketball game that we were just in. Do you see the stuff? Right, and then in the upper right corner it says there's a magnifying glass under items. Yeah, I'm gonna send you an invite, and I want you to read through them, and I'm gonna go through them on mine because I want to see. Don't. Oh shoot, the game starts. Um. Okay, I'll I'll send it for 3 people next time. Go. Okay, don't go. Don't worry about it. I won't go. I won't go either. Okay, I'll read through them. The first one you have is a basic. Okay, Foxy. How did I get back room? Brandon, we'll have to check on that. I don't know what happened to him. He went to go hang out with Zoot. I like how you actually started to play this game. When I said don't go, we'll just tie. Did you find it? Riser, I have a little plan. Do you want to know what it is? I'm thinking of swimming the entirety of the Amazon. I have to be drunk the whole time, though. I ref- I ref- I refuse to do it if yeah, dude. I completely understand that. Is that what it says?
Okay, why don't you ask it? What are the odds of swimming the entirety of the Amazon rainforest like that guy?
What do you mean, like, on just surviving? Like,
Yeah, like that guy. That guy from like Romania or whatever.
the big river man.
Slovakia. Yeah, like Big River Man.